I almost forgot to start the VOD. That would have been unfortunate. Anyway, let's get this going. Hi! Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday for you guys. There's the right window. Hello. Hello. I hope you're all doing well. Hope the week has been good to you. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Mage. Good to see you. Hope you are well. Hope everything is ready to go for the trip. Up this weekend? When is that? I know it's soon. Well, standing. Hope you've been having a good week too. It's good to see you. Good to see you indeed. And hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. I feel like I've been kind of low energy this week. Well, some kind of low energy every week, but I don't know. Maybe it's just the travel over the weekend. This kind of has me in a chill vibe or whatever. I don't know. What's been going on? I started playing Haste last night. I was thinking about playing it on stream, but I felt like there's so many games that are getting queued up to play on stream that if I wait to play all of them, I'm not gonna get to any of them. So I was just like, you know what? This one's okay. This one's okay to just play on my own. I got through like 2 levels or so. It's fun. It's fun. There's something weird. I don't know if it was just like not as noticeable in the demo, but there's something about the visual style of the characters that feels different. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it's still a very fun game. Those of us surviving. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, happy birthday to Mama Mage. Hope it was a good time. That's good to hear, though. I'm glad you're making it through, and hopefully the vacation will be a good relaxation opportunity. I know it'll be busy, but hopefully it's fun all the same. So yeah, I was doing a little bit of that. I got some more work done on the model. I did sort of get back into my groove on that a little bit. Tuesday was definitely like, yeah, I'm not really getting anything done, but like yesterday and today were better for sure. Definitely a step in the right direction. So a little bit I saw on Discord, and I've been following up again, working until July. Nice. That's a good feeling. That's a good feeling. My favorite was always when you finally get off for the holidays and you're just like, I'm done for the year. That's always just like, yes. So Epic has officially announced Unreal 6. And I guess that was sort of known about for a while, but they've fully started talking about it and what the plan. Indeed. You definitely gotta relax on it. Take some time. So what was I gonna say? We're not gonna move to Unreal 6 in a while, and I'm not going to move to Unreal on my project because I started in 4, and thankfully the jump to 5 was not that bad. There are a bunch of tools in 5 that are very useful, so it's like, yeah, this is worth migrating for. But changing versions on a game project in general is always kind of like, you risk stuff changing, breaking. It's never the best idea, right? The version of the engine is kind of like the framework. It's like it's the bedrock that the project is running off of. So if that changes too dramatically, it can get precarious, shall we say. And there are many ways every bit of progress you have made can break. True. That is exactly it. That's exactly it. It is so much fun. And I have migrated pages through a number of versions of Unreal, 4.x, 5.x, and they're up to 5.8, but I'm still working on 5.4 because even though some of the tools have improved, I'm just like, I need to stop migrating it through versions before something goes irrevocably wrong. But Unreal 6 is going to be weird. I've talked about before. So Unreal Engine 4, we had for a very long time. And they got up to like 4.27 before we finally moved on to Unreal 5, right? So there are a lot of ways that the engine evolved and improved and built on its existing technology. And then we got to 5, and we're currently on 5.8. So, Unreal 6 is not due out immediately. It is not due out imminently. There's a tweet from them. Our aim is to ship early access for Unreal Engine 6 by the end of next year, end of 2027. So we might see a version 6.0 sometime in 2028, but it wouldn't surprise me if they push it even to 2029. And in that period, we might still see a few more versions of 5, right? 5.9, 5.10, maybe even 5.11. Yeah. So 80 level article here. Early access sometime in 2027. That is the plan, with full access 12 to 18 months following that. So yeah, probably not until 2029. And to quote the article, rather than positioning Unreal 6 as simply the successor to 5, Epic is framing it as the convergence point between Unreal Engine and Unreal Editor for Fortnite, bringing together professional game development, creative tools, and large-scale online ecosystems into one platform. Which, I don't know, I guess, sure, why not? Whatever. I don't really know that much about UEFN, but maybe you make the project, excuse me, that was awful. You make it even bigger and more complicated. I feel like it doesn't become an easier project to manage, but I don't know, maybe they have some idea? They don't, but we can pretend that they do. So the weird thing, the thing that has everyone, I wouldn't say up in arms, but definitely like some flags are popping up and some hair is bristling, is, let me see if I can get the exact part of the article that talks about it. God, I don't even like this part of the post because it's just so much like business tech jargon. Okay, here we go. Unreal 6 will include an entirely new gameplay framework known collectively as Scene Graph, built from scratch on Verse. Verse is a programming API that Epic uses in UEFN. And they have documentation on it. I have not gone through it, but it is a language. I believe it is technically a scripting language. But yeah, it is continuing to develop the Verse API for UEFN to enable more gameplay specific functionality. Yeah, so they have Verse on the UEFN side of things, and that will be brought over to Unreal 6. Is the foundation for Epic's future programming model. It's a next-generation programming language purpose-built to power massive blah, 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 blah. Scene Graph is a modern, high level gameplay framework that will give you true foundation for creating games and experiences easily, sharing, yada, yada, yada. Our philosophy through this transition is to bring existing projects along, not to force a hard break. Studios shipping on UE5 today should expect a manageable and clear path forward when UE6 is ready for them. To allow for this, actors and blueprints will be in early versions of Unreal 6. Eventually, these will be deprecated when the new framework is sufficiently mature, and you'll have conversion tools to move projects from one framework to another. So that's the part that's making everyone go, oh, because actors are essentially what Unreal calls assets that go into the game, right? So it's very weird because the names seem a little bit interchangeable, but if you have a character, if you have a player character, that is an actor. Specifically, that is a pawn, because pawns can be controlled, right? So if it's a player character, it's a pawn. But I'm not sure if an NPC, like an enemy, would also be a pawn or if that would be an actor. I mean, it's kind of that square rectangle thing of all pawns are actors, but not all actors are pawns. Right? So if you have a character model, that is a pawn. If you have a vehicle, that is an actor. If you have a vehicle, that is an actor. If you have a tree, that is an actor. If you have a bicycle or a street light or a building or a road or anything in the scene, that is an actor. So to say we are getting rid of the actor framework is very like, okay, but what are you doing instead? And it kind of sounds like they're pivoting a bit more to use UEFN as the face level, which I guess we'll see how that works, but it's not the most confidence inspiring. So yeah, that part is very strange. But then the part to me that is dismaying is them saying we're getting rid of blueprints. They have this whole scene graph thing. So they're not saying, well, if you don't know how to program get bent, there's nothing you can do. They're planning to have something in its place, but they haven't really, to my knowledge, shown anything about how it's going to work. I mean, there's a slide in their presentation. It's like controls all entities of your game, including gameplay, visuals, audio, VFX, all powered by Verse, the programming language. So I don't know. I this is all very odd, and I feel like this is not the kind of thing that you would want to tell people about until you are really ready to explain what it is you're doing. Like there's a difference between planning to make updates to a game and saying, oh, here's what we plan to do, and where here's the intended outcome, and we'll be playing around with testing ideas and balancing them and sort of seeing where it all goes, and we'll let you know as we get there. And we're working on massive changes to an industry pillar that people rely on for their livelihoods. But we don't have any specifics for you. Please look forward to it. Please keep an eye out over the next 12 months as we figure out what the fuck we're doing. So, I mean, they keep saying, like, oh, yeah, we're not just gonna, like, completely kick it out. We're not gonna replace everything. We're not gonna, make a hard break from the way that things have been working in Unreal 4 and 5 to Unreal 6. But one, that assumes that all of the tools, the conversion tools and everything are going to work. Two, there's going to be a global onboarding period where everyone usually is figuring out what the new stuff means, right? So, I don't know. The whole thing is odd. It is odd. I suppose it is handled in pretty typical Unreal fashion. I don't know. I don't know. This whole thing is very strange. And also just the blog post is so just dunked in jargon that it's hard to just parse it for the actually valuable elements. So, I don't know. I guess I want to be optimistic, but well, I want to be, it's not optimistic. I want to be wait and see, and definitely pages, like I said. I'm just going to keep it in 5.4. I have enough tools and then some to do the things that I want to do. And maybe whatever the next project is, we can look at doing that in Unreal 6 if it's out in time. But okay, let me read this line to you and tell me if it makes any sense. Like, just any sense at all. All functions in Verse, the programming language, run as part of atomic transactions, which can be rolled back and re-simulated when needed. These transactional semantics also extend to any C++ code that is called from Verse. For now, to make all this work, Verse runs on a single thread and calls C++ code built via a custom LLVM compiler that automatically transactionalizes the C++ code. In principle, we can extend this method to automatically run transactions concurrently on different threads when we have some work to do to get there on hardware that will scale appropriately. And I'm just sitting here like, what? Yeah, now they're just throwing words at the wall, man. I'm sure to a programmer, some of them makes more sense. But my God. Also, our second guiding principle of Unreal 6. Content and code should be portable across games and engines. Our goal is to give the games industry a whole new way to grow our ecosystems with cross-promotion, portable player value, and to really lean into the positive sum dynamics that Metcalfe's law predicts for connecting experiences and social graphs together. I feel like I'm reading the manifesto for a cult. These changes will allow you to divide by 0 without destroying the universe. With the power of Unreal 6, you will be able to create a perfect replica of the Torment Nexus from the hit sci-fi novel Don't Build the Torment Nexus. I don't know. I'm just skimming through this and I'm just like, this is so creativity and productivity multipliers. It's just so much spin jargon. It's so stupid. It's like, tell us what you're doing and how you're doing it. And if you weren't ready to be that specific, then you shouldn't have said anything. Now the internet is just gonna chew on this for ages. I don't know. I'm moderately concerned, but again, this is affecting versions of the engine that are years out, and I do not have any immediate plans of using or switching to. So maybe it'll be better, right? Maybe something about SceneGraph will be even more intuitive than the way that they've set things up with blueprints. But I feel like that's kind of, I don't know that they've earned that benefit of the doubt. I guess I will put it that way. I guess the other thing to me that I don't fully understand is why you would change from blueprints. Because I feel like the visual scripting paradigm that blueprints are operating off of is very standard across the industry, right? Like Maya and Blender both have graph editors. Substance Designer, there we go, has a graph editor. Unity has a graph editor. I'm sure that to some degree, whatever Epic comes up with for 6 will be another graph editor. I mean, hell, it's called SceneGraph, so yes, it will be. But the way that the logic flows through the blueprints, I'm not going to say it is inherently obvious, because it's not. But I think it does help a lot of people, watch the logic go from point to point and get calculated and, taken into a function and brought back out, having gone through whatever the function wants to do and then sent on its way. And I feel like they had a good system in place, and I don't know what it is that they wanted to do differently, or what they think is going to be such a dramatic improvement in the system. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess. But I was reading into this today. I'm just like, oh, this is potentially not good. Right? Like this is weird enough for me, right? As an independent developer just making a game on my own time. Imagine being a studio. I mean, every studio is going to be in the same boat of like, this is the version of Unreal that we are using for our project, right? If they're working on something right now, they're not going to change. If they're starting development on a new title right now, they're probably still not going to change before Unreal 6 comes out. But at some point down the line, I imagine they would be looking at it. They would be thinking about, do we want to move from 5 to 6? But then that would end up with having to essentially retrain your entire workforce on the difference of Unreal 5 versus Unreal 6. So I feel like it is in Epic's not just best interest, but kind of necessary to make the transition from one to the other as intuitive and painless as possible, because if they don't, I feel like, Atlas on Guilty Gear, I don't know if they ever migrated to Unreal Engine 4, because all of the tools that they had for, making Guilty Gear in Unreal Engine 3 let them do all of the things that they wanted to do. And they just don't need to improve it. They don't need to change versions. And I can imagine, aside from, just sort of the general issues with Unreal 5 in terms of workflow and accessibility, some studios might say, well, we already know how to use this and it does everything that we need. So we're not gonna, spend a bunch of time rolling everyone over to 6 if there isn't an obvious need or an obvious benefit to doing it. We'll have to see. We'll have to see for sure. When a new version comes out, who trains the devs how to use it? Trains? I mean, typically what I think you would have happen is you would have some of the senior devs or more experienced devs essentially run a pilot program, right? They would sort of jump in ahead and do explorations, tests, sort of build out sort of a training program for the rest of the team, and then go be the teachers for everyone else. You get pushed out of the plane with the parachute and yell, "Good luck!" That is exactly what happens. Someone is the first one out of the plane, and then they have to sort of make sure they just sort of bring everyone else down with them. But like, if you're asking if Epic is going to send people out to train, almost definitely not. The company that built the new engine doesn't train the people out. Oh no, no, no. The most that you might see is the developer, let's say the X developer might get in contact with an Epic representative and be like, hey, our team needs this, or, we had this with 5. We are struggling to get a comparable system running in 6. What can we do about that? And then they would forward that to the Unreal team, and the team might send a response, or say we can look at getting something into the engine to have that support and capability, right? Similar to, I was talking the other day about VTube Studio and Live 2D. Live 2D made these changes. VTube Studio goes, "Ah, shit, this doesn't work. Hey guys, what can we do to resolve this? And Live 2D responded. So I imagine you'll see some of that going on. But like, no, Epic is not going to fly people out or schedule Zoom meetings with the major devs to walk the team through the pipeline. That's I can almost guarantee that's not going to happen. I would be very surprised and impressed if it did, but unfortunately, tech kind of just has that general behavior of, well, we changed things, good luck. I have seen Project Hail Mary. I really liked it. It was a lot of fun. It was a very good movie. I heard so things about the book, and apparently it's a fairly faithful adaptation, but it might have just come down a lot to like the writing and delivery of it. Oh yeah, very good movie. Very fun. Maybe we can do a movie night that. Oh, that was the other thing. I've been going back through Amazing Digital Circus yesterday and today because the finale releases publicly tomorrow. So I did not go see the theatrical release of it. I've not seen anything about it, so I'm very curious to see where it goes. I'm very curious to see how they wrap this one up. But I really like the show. I think it's a lot of fun. Words of encouragement. I don't remember that exact part. When we watched a little bit of it. Oh, Digital Circus? Yes. Glitch is very interesting because you see it and it's like, oh, it's bright, colorful cartoon characters. Yippee! And then you start watching it, you're like, oh, these people have issues. It is definitely, despite all appearances, not a kid's show at all. I enjoy it. I think it is. I think it's very well written. And unfortunately, as with many things, the fandom is a disaster. But the show itself is quite good. Unfortunately, I find a lot of things these days are best enjoyed without engaging with the fans. At the very least, the fans that like go online and socialize about it and everything tend to be too much. Words of great encouragement. I do wonder sometimes how that translator works. Um, or oh, I think some of my neighbors are watching the World Cup. They've been very rowdy the last couple of days, which I don't know. Can't really blame them. As long as they're quiet at night, it's like, whatever. You do your thing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, it's a good movie. Um, oh, I keep forgetting and then I keep remembering. So I'm gonna go ahead and say because it'll be passed by the next stream. But happy Juneteenth as well, everyone. It's an important day. It's like all this stuff going on the 19th. It's like, by the way, in case y'all forget, like I kind of keep doing. Um, so the plan today is we are going to attempt some more of this blend key stuff. Or shape keys, blend shapes, key shape. I don't know. Expression bullshit in Blender that we were messing with before. Um so after last time, I was sort of able to get it to do the thing that I wanted, right? Where I could have a slider, a single slider that would control the shape key for all of the meshes simultaneously. So I could move the entire job with all of its parts at once rather than having to go through and flip each one. So I got that much of it working, which is good because that was a huge headache. Um so it's not properly cleaned up and we're definitely going to need to go through and do more of it. Um but I thought it would be a good opportunity just to try and like do a few of these and see how we can get it to work, right? One of the things I'm not 100% sure about, and we'll kind of figure it out as we go. So, like when I'm working on my VTuber model, we have different parameters for different things, right? And as far as like expressions are concerned, it's broken down pretty granularly. So like the mouth has a number of different parameters for forming different mouth shapes, funnel, smile and frown, how wide or puckered the mouth is, if it kind of shrugs. And those all sort of combine to try and create realistic movements of the mouth, right? It is combinations of different aspects rather than like fully keyed expressions that is sort of jumping in between. And so I'm not sure if we're going to want to try and do something like that, or if we're going to want to try and do something more like key expression related, right? Like this is the happy expression, this is the sad expression, this is the scared expression, this is the surprise expression, right? So I went through before the stream and grabbed a couple of like documents and videos and whatnot. So we'll kind of work with it for a little while and then go through some of these and see if they make sense. I haven't checked any of them before starting, so I probably coulda, shoulda, but I didn't. Um, so one of them here is specifically blend shapes creation and exporting to Unreal. So hopefully that'll give us a good indication of what our targets are. But one way or another, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So that's the plan for tonight, and we will see how it goes. So let me get over here. I think over here. I never remember. I use the 3D scene so little, I don't remember the layout of it. That is the wrong Blender window. OBS. You want to try again? There you are. All right, let me pour myself some tea real quickly, and then we will, I think, pull up the first video and get started. Let's see. All right, so that's the right window. So I just need to hit that. And I think we will start with this very short one that's just going to sort of next Tom Holland Spider-Man. Okay, was that a movie? Because I think the YouTube channel I saw, was it IGN? I couldn't tell if it was a movie or a game. Okay, cool. Let me turn this down a little bit. We'll put the captions on. Go from there. Okay. Okay. Okay, good to know. Okay. Listen, people play fast and loose with placeholder names. It doesn't matter. No one's ever going to see it. As long as it makes sense to you. Huh. Okay, so that's an easy way to do, like... Okay, so we'll definitely need to do more with that later. 80% certain movie because it's on TV show Punisher, Mark Ruffalo. Okay, fair enough. I saw the thumbnail and it looked like Tom Holland, but then it also seemed like it might be a game just based on the channel. All right, so this is a longer one on how to actually set up shape keys, and hopefully goes a little bit into the library. So pose libraries. This is the other thing that I wanted to get into because you can sort of see from the visuals here. It's just sort of a way to record all of the various configurations that we make. And like, this is again kind of why I was not sure if we would do like various parameters or sort of entire, animation sets. Because this one looks very much like, we just have different pre-configured expressions that we can alternate between depending on what we need. As opposed to when we got a few things we can do with the mouth and a few things we can do with the eyes and a few things we can do with the brow, etc., etc. Yeah. Pose library is a bunch of actions that exist in blend files of an asset library. Such blend files can be either created manually or by exporting poses to a library. If a pose asset is created by exporting a library, asset.blend file will be created for it, which will contain just that one asset and which cannot be opened as a normal blend file to modify it. Okay. Well, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, this was the other video that I think sort of goes into it. But let's, I think, start with this one and see what it does for us. Aw, hello. Hey, I have both of those. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. What? Why do I not have preferences drop down? Oh no. What? All pie menu. Alright, let's see if that worked. Blender preferences, navigation key map. Why does this look different? Maybe it's because I'm using a different key map system? Yep, there it is. So this, the drop down, the preferences drop down that she's in is just not in the system that I'm using. So that's fun. Oogie. All right. Okay, so now I need to test something. I need to check something because we have this rig that we can use. Right? We have everything actually set up in a way that will hopefully give us more control. I want to see if I can use this, but the fact that we would be moving rig around and not mesh, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what it does. I'm gonna grab this. I wish. Oh, how do I hide the skeleton? We went through this whole thing last time. See, this is part of the problem with Blender is I constantly forget where stuff is. And we'll like do a thing, we'll solve a problem, and by the next time I touch it, I forget how we solved it. Okay, viewport display. That's not what I want. Focal length. Cursor, animation tools, item? No. Okay, viewport display. Oh, it's down here. There we go. All right, better. Much easier to work with. Yeah, like this. It's gonna adjust the shape of the brow. This, as you can see, will bring the lid down, but it also brings a little bit too much of it down. We might need, I mean, frankly, we might just not be able to use the rig after all, because it seems like enough of it is questionable in its setup that it's not really going to be helpful anyway. So let's just go into sculpt mode. Fuck it. Where's the grab? Where is grab? Mask, brush, paint, box, line, masking. Oh. Okay, so they're kind of replicating ZBrush to a degree. And then grab. Okay. Please let me. Nope. Okay. F. Whoop, careful. All right, let's hide this for a second because I want to work through this. So yeah, you'll notice, well, I hid the video, but it doesn't completely close the eye. It just sort of brings the top part down to where it's going to meet the lower lid. So we're going to have this weird sort of like droopy eye for a little while we resolve that. You see it is affecting the bottom one just a touch. There you go, that's pretty good. The brow's getting dragged down a little bit as well, so I'll probably try and clean that up. See, this part's very familiar. This feels like Live 2D. Like, okay, I can do this. This part I know well enough. Just smooth out these edge loops so we don't have that weird spike cutting through there, right? And then you can see the lid is coming away from the eye a little bit, which probably is not a terrible thing just because that'll sort of make sure that it clears the eye, but let's look at it a little bit closer just to sort of maintain the shape. Like so. You can sort of try and keep those edge loops more or less lined up so that they move cleanly. You can see sort of part way through, it is getting kind of mucked up. So let's, I don't know if it'll let me do anything like part way between or like, you know, along the lerp. But we can go ahead and just see if it'll let me. Or something like that. It does seem to remember. Well, no, see, it kind of moved the lid back out. So yeah, that might just be the cost. So what we would do, and there might be a thing that she goes into in a minute, but what we do in Live 2D is we would set up another keyframe part way through. Because if you watch it, what it's doing is just going straight from one to the other, right? As opposed to what you would actually want it to do, where it curves over the shape. So we would, you know, part way through, we would have a frame where it sort of goes out more so that we can sort of replicate that rotation. I guess technically eyelids aren't actually rotating because they're not, like the muscles are just sort of pulling in the right way to get the lid to close. So if you think about it, All right, but that looks pretty good and looks pretty lined up with what's in the video. So let's bring that back and see what we're working with. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab these guys. No. No. There we go. And then these. And then maybe one more row? One more row. Alright, can I convince you hide the eyeball for a minute? Probably not. There we go. That'll do. Yeah, we've got a little bit too much right there, right? Don't want that. So we'll keep these. We'll grab this. And then let's get rid of the selection on there. And let's do maybe one more loop backward just to make sure that we get as much as possible. Dang it. I was hoping that it would do like loop selection. I'm grabbing I'm grabbing the wrong set. Whatever. Just go ahead and grab that too. There we go. Better. Alright, that looks good. And you know what? Just one more because I'm obsessive. We'll grab this for good measure. So that way the little meat in the corner of the eye will deform a little bit if necessary, but it won't like completely collapse the entire shape. Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Now, okay, hang on. What was that key? Oh, I see. How do I? Oh dear. I think it's going fast. Okay, so I need to check because I'm using a different key layout. Shift O. Alright, we can try that. The problem is it's moving the entire head because of how big the fall off is, and I'm not getting any visual indication. Select. Wait. Hmm. It's good to know that this is here, and I would definitely like to use this, but it's hard without any like visual indicator. I'm so used to other programs where I can hold B to change the size of it. Shift O. Huh. Professional editing fall off is Shift O, but it's not doing anything. Hmm. Okay, that's selection. I don't know. Edit mode, pin scene, active tool. Whatever. Let's just go back to sculpt mode. We'll keep working this way. Oh, fuck. I moved the entire head. I was like, why is the socket so deep? Because somehow... There you go. Okay. I'm gonna hide this. So I had an unfortunate little mishap where we've got some ugly tucking. I think this is where we're gonna want to go into edit mode. Oh, interesting. I can't have both of them working at once in edit mode. Why is that? Okay, can I do this and then lock it? No. Weird. I don't really see how I'm supposed to... Well, I guess what I could potentially do would be to smooth it. Very smooth. Yeah. Where's my pen? There you go. Sometimes, like in ZBrush, it's very nice to use the tablet. For this, maybe. I don't know how well it's actually going to like respond to pen pressure and everything. There you go. Okay, so let's, while we're in here, we're going to go back to object mode. We're going to make a new group. Let's reset these to 0. What's really weird, okay, so I go into edit mode. I grab this. Sort. See, I want to grab the vertices that are in this group. Oh, it's there. Okay, fine. There's a button underneath rather than it being a right click or something. I just didn't see it because I'm silly. Okay, so it's this group and down. We might have a layer of overlap. We'll see. We'll see how we feel about it. So yeah, it's out to here. And it's all of these guys. And then we'll do sort of the same thing over here. And pinch this in like so. And then we're just going to turn on X-ray. We're going to go through on the back side, grab all of these guys, except not these guys. All right. Yeah, let's do this one. And we're going to assign that. Then we're going to go down here and do L bottom lid. So yeah, now that only affects these, and you can see does kind of is a little bit weird. Oh dear. Okay, so we're gonna need to clean up that corner. But what I want to do right away, so we're gonna go up here. I'm gonna go back to grab. And now we can actually come in and connect these 2 points. Like so. Right, we can have them actually meet up rather than sort of awkwardly pseudo touch. We'll bring this up a little bit just because the curve is off. We'll go down to this one and nudge that up to match it. There we go. All right. So I like that, but I want to resolve this. So let's see if we can do that. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try. What I want to do is grab these guys. Oh, you know what? Let's do it over 2 loops. Like so. And we are going to assign the bottom lid. Oh, interesting. It seems like some of them got missed. Or they're doing weird things. See if we can figure out why that is. Okay. So it is working. It's just, it's doing weird things. Right. That looks pretty good. And then if we bring the top lid down, you can see the top lid is still crunching. It's still scrunching it. Okay, so if we take this, so you see the bottom lid controls that, and the top lid controls these. So what I was hoping is that the two shape keys would kind of cancel each other out. Or it would sort of tween between them, right? But it seems like it's not really doing that. We might just need to sort of, we might just need to clean it up. Let's see what the video says, see if it brings any particular details in. I know they were talking a little bit about cleaning up a few odds and ends, so we can double check on that. Okay. That's good. I wonder if there's a way that we can blend on the boundary. Okay. Okay, so short answer is it seems like no. Or at least if there is a way, they do not go into it. I think what we're just going to have to do is delicately go through and clean the shape up a little bit. Did you grab the right thing? The right. Oh, because that's not part of your control group, so you can't do anything about it. Never mind. There we go. All right. So yeah, we just need to tug this down. Sort of bring it in a little bit. Bring it down some more. Bring this up. Bring this down. Just trying to sort of clean up this edge flow a bit, right? It's like this guy actually is getting super fucked. You can kind of see how bad it is. All right, that looks better though. That is less destroyed. Okay, and yeah, now we're sort of hitting that boundary where we give control back over to the top lid group. A few guys that are getting nudged outwards. I do wish you could operate multiple blend shapes in edit mode, but it seems like only one of them will be operating at a given time, so you can't really have a situation like this where you're seeing like, okay, well, how do they look together? You can only really sort of adjust one, and then you'd have to go back. Now let's grab this and sort of pull this out so they come together a little bit cleaner still. There we go, there we go. Good. I'm gonna pull bottom lid away slightly. Oh no. What is happening there? Hmm. Oh no. Okay, let's do this. I think the top lid might have a little too much control in here. So let's take like one loop away from it. All right. Go back into object mode now and see what this looks like. Oh, that's crunchy. Oh, that's crunchy. Oh, I think we actually made it worse. Hmm. Okay, and the bottom lid goes to right there. So actually not... They do go all the way around. Yeah, they still have like one ring of overlap. Here, let's try one more thing. I'm gonna bring this up, and I want to sort of adjust this so it's a little bit cleaner all around on its own, right? I think the bottom lid in particular will be useful for a few other expressions. Just wish there was a better way to resolve this. Let's bring this back down so it doesn't come up nearly as much. Maybe that'll help. Okay. I wouldn't be as concerned about this, considering how the textures and everything will sort of blend it together to some degree, hopefully, but the way the normals are crunching is concerning. I want to see if we can at least get that to play a bit nicer. Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Sorry, chat. I know I'm spinning the model around a lot. I'm trying to find the offending vertices and sort of clean up their position. Honestly, I think it's probably in a spot that I can just smooth it now, and it'll hopefully sort of clean up the position. The outside noise isn't coming through, is it? Folks are being pretty rowdy out there. There we go. All right, that looks good. I think that works. Put this up slightly. Yeah. I think especially once we kind of cut back, hard to notice if there's any like fighting or overlap at all. So yeah, it's unlikely that we're gonna get the bottom lid or the top lid closing more than like that much. The bottom lid might do some on its own, but I think it'll probably look like about that. Again, probably won't completely scrunch up independently. It'd probably be like yay much. And then fully closing the eye looks like that. Okay. I'm going to call that a success. Let's switch back to object mode and save. And now, hopefully the question of the video resolve is how do we get all this over to the other eye so that they are symmetrical? I'm going to take a bite of food really quickly. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because this isn't particularly what we're concerned about. Okay. So that does not explain how to, like, we have the blink for one eye, but now I need to copy it to the other one. There you go. YouTube? Hello? Okay. So if that's all we gotta do, that's really easy. Let's try it. So we're gonna make a new shape key. We're gonna call it R top lid down and R bottom lid down up. Just order these. The order of the shape keys in the menu doesn't seem to affect anything. I thought it might prioritize vertex position based on which one is above or below, but it doesn't seem to matter. So we're gonna grab this. Okay, let's step backwards. Oh. Okay. Okay, so I think I skipped a step, but okay. Oh. Okay, okay. So I had to double check it because once again, they've changed the names of things because no one is ever fine just leaving something as it is. Okay, so we need to delete the ones that we just made. No, don't delete all of them. No, don't. Just delete. Okay, the minus button. No. My goodness. All right, so give me this. Move that up to 100. And then we are going to add the vertex position, selected objects as shape keys, or update existing shape keys with matching names. Okay. New from object flip. So let's try that. No source object mesh selected. I have it selected. No source mesh objects. What are you talking about? I have it selected though. You're an idiot. Is it because I have the vertex group selected? I need to grab, say, the whole thing. Okay, mirror vertex group, flip weights and names, editing only selected vertices, flipping when both sides are selected, otherwise copy from unselected. So I'm wondering if I need to update the vertex group. No, I don't need the data path. New from objects, no. Okay, can we go into edit mode really quickly? We're going to click off. I want to select this. Okay. And then mirror the vertex group. I don't know. don't know if this is gonna work. Go back into edit mode, like this. And then mirror the vertex group. Why are you not doing it though? Hmm. But you're not updating the selection. Okay, let me see if I can find something online. Blender mirror vertex group. Go to the vertex group channel, copy vertex group from each group you want to mirror, then select a copy and choose mirror vertex group. What? Okay, but it doesn't do the thing. Hmm. Select similar. Select all by trait. Select mirror. It didn't do it. Why didn't it do it? Okay, if I grab this and then do select mirror, it doesn't do it. Why doesn't it do it? Hmm. All right. Let's see. Built in, but seriously would have no idea where to find it. Edit mode and select the vertices of the wrong side. Do not select the correct side. Menu. Then go to mesh. Weights mirror. Howdy, T-Shirt. It's going. We're partially successful. We have one eye that we're able to open and close, but we're getting kind of caught again on some of the minutia of Blender being Blender. How's your day going? Hope it has been good. Well, now none of them are selecting. Okay, so that one's selecting. Okay, what did we do? What did we do? What did we do? We fucked something up. We fucked something up. Play another run around the sun. Aww, Tisha, happy birthday. Let me get some happy birthdays for Tisha. Don't just come in here and be like, it was my birthday, no big deal. It was your birthday. It's not nothing. It's celebrating the day that you were added to this world. And that is a good thing. Here the vertex group, flipped weights, and our names, editing only selected vertices, flipping when both sides are selected, otherwise copy from the unselected. Oh goodness. Okay, so this is what the guy was saying, that I need to like grab these. Oh, I see. So now it has these. So we would go in here, we would grab all these and we would remove them. And now it's just the ones we want. That is so ass backwards, but fine. Fine. If that's how you want to go about it. All right, so let's just do the same thing here. We are going to duplicate this vertex group. And we're going to change it to right. Just order them correctly. We're going to select it. We're going to deselect everything. For some reason, you're already mirrored. Wait, is this one mirrored? Yes. Is this one mirrored? God damn it. All right. Fine. Grab all that. Remove it. Grab all that. Remove it. Grab all this. Remove it. So now it should only be the sides that we want for each of the groups that we want. Okay, sorry. I wanted to do this, but I was busy figuring this out. Bats, we are the bats. Celebrate with another birthday bash. Okay. So if I grab this and now I do new from objects flipped, you're still gonna say no source objects selected. Because you're stupid. Fucking thing, man. This fucking thing. What does it want from me? All right, I'm just gonna step back for a second. Okay, so first we gotta do see, there's new combined, there's new from objects. You can't see it because the video's off. This one is in Blender 4.2. I'm in 5.1. So this drop down menu is different from mine. And I don't know what is going to be the correct thing. It might be new combined. We can try that. Jesus. Mirror shake key. What? No, that did not work. Oh. Oh, it worked. Holy moly, it worked. And then we just need to assign it to only affect the R top lid group. Holy moly, it worked. I'll pray, Lord Jesus, he die again. All right, so we're going to do it one more time. So we got the bottom one, and we're going to do new combined. For some reason that, oh, maybe because this one, no, what happened? Why is my bottom lid not working anymore? Why is my bottom lid not working anymore? Okay, so it is. But for some reason, it doesn't like the vertex group anymore. Why doesn't it like the vertex group? Okay, let's go back into edit mode. Okay, so the vertex group has the right selection. The weighting is fine. Is it because of... Yes. Well, hang on. We gotta... Okay, yes. So it's because the weighting of this other one was getting in the way. So let's assign that, and then we need to flip the topology. Okay, so that one's working again. But now you are not working. So why are you not working? We're almost there. It's almost there. Okay, so for whatever reason, this one seems to have not translated correctly, which is weird. That's okay. Just delete it and try again. We're going to take this. Now you're not working again. Why are you not working again? No, that's busted again. Admittedly, is yeah, it's because of the top or the bottom lid not being able to group itself correctly. Why is it not? All right, can we go into sculpt mode? Sculpt mode is easier to fuck with these things. Am I doing something wrong? I mean, clearly I'm doing something wrong, but I don't get why you guys are just staring at this. It's just, so I have the vertex group, which should be isolating the movement to only the section that I want, but when I plug that in, it just doesn't move anymore. And it should be moving. See, if I plug the top lid group in, the vertices that are in that group are able to move. So it's a problem with the vertex group for some reason. Let's see, duplicate the vertex group, mirror. I mean, it's not locked. Now we're back in edit mode. See, it's the right vertex group. It's the stuff that I want. And then And if I go back into object mode, it doesn't move anymore. Why doesn't it move? Let me see if I can find something. Render shape key doesn't move when assign vertex group. Shape key for both sides, but the left side is then set to be limited by the left vertex group. If you want to create a new shape that would then be limited by the right vertex group, you can't make a new shape for the one that is limited to the left side and then limited with the right side too. Okay. I mean, I think that's probably fine. Yeah, so each of my vertex groups is isolated separately. So that's good. That's what we want to see happen. And it is moving while we're in edit mode, but it doesn't. I'm confused. All right, here, let's try turning this off, and we're going to try locking these. Yeah, it doesn't matter if that's there or not. But it does work as soon as we take the vertex group out. I'm very perplexed. You know, if we uncheck it, it stops working, which is to be expected. We do that. Let me try this. If we use the copy, that doesn't work, does it? No. All right. That's fine. I would have been very frustrated if it did work. Okay. Select the shape you want to create the new shape from. Remove the left vertex group. Put the value to 1. New shape from mix. Rename to right. Put the left vertex group back to L. Assign the right vertex group to 1. All right. I don't think this is the problem that I'm running into. Vertex groups are maintained within the object data tab in the properties. As long as no vertex groups are defined, the default for new mesh objects, the panel is empty. Yeah, so then you click on that, you make a new thing, and that's fine. I want to try some. No, see if we. Unless there's something weird about the property. Of the vertex group. Deleting it and remaking it isn't going to change anything, you know? But I'm very confused why. Everything is doing the thing that it is supposed to be doing until it all comes together where it stops working. I don't want to lock the group. I have these locked just to see if that was affecting it somehow. But, okay. I'm going to delete this one. Just to see if somehow it's getting in the way. Yeah, it's about how I'm feeling right now, kid. Alright. What the fuck are you doing? Easy. Because this one transforms, right? So why is it not? 9 reg with driven shape keys in the face. Bones don't move shapeways, adding vertices after shape keys. Vertices same distance. I'm confused because we didn't do anything, right? Okay. I'm gonna be a real butt about this, and we're gonna see how far back we can undo. I think that's about it. Yep. So not nearly far enough. Oh, but now it's working. Why is it working now? Why is it working now and it wasn't working before? Fuck you. Oh, it's working because the group isn't assigned to it. As soon as I reassign the group, it stops working. God, this thing sucks. I hate this. I hate this program. I hate this program. I hate Blender. I don't understand why it's not working. I don't want to make this the basis. I don't want to just not use the group because that'll mess up other things. I mean, what this is saying to me is that the vertex group, even though it says it is the right objects, it is the right part of the face, is somehow not communicating with the shape key to allow the mask through the right way. Which I don't really see how that is possible or how that works. Wait. Okay. I think we're starting to. Okay. If I grab the entire head, will you move anything? No. Okay, so something is very wrong with the group. Even though it is the correct selection, okay, I think we got it. Yeah, I just remade the group. I think something about the weight assignment just got completely fucked up with it. And it just, like, it was selecting, but it wasn't actually creating the mask the way that we wanted it to. So, fine, I guess. Fine. Okay, so we're gonna go here and let's go through this step again now that we've gotten it cleaned up and see if we can't resolve this. Okay, so we're gonna new combined. Okay, so yeah, do this. There we go. So now we have it turned on. We're going to do new combined, and it's going to break everything. Look at my eye twitching. All right. Flip topology. There we go. Now that should only affect this one. But you need to go in because you see it's hugging something. Yeah, a little bit of the ear and the side of the head are also getting messed with. So we need to go our bottom lid. But now we have the same problem as before. That our bottom lid group is fucked up. So we're going to delete this fucker. And we are going to duplicate the vertex group. And now we need to go into edit mode. We select this. So we need to grab the opposite side and do this. And then we're going to take this and deselect. Or no, we're going to remove it. So now it is only that side. You can turn that off. And then let's just check that this one, okay. So you need to remove that. So now you're only that side. And we're going to check this one. Good. Good. Okay, finally. So after a lot of head scratching, we can fully close both eyes. And it actually looks not half bad. I'm saving right now. All right, we got a couple more minutes in this video, so let's just kind of look through it and see if there's anything else in here. Well, that's good to know. Okay, I think we're gonna sort of go through a lot of the same stuff that we did with other ones. So, let's see. I think we can do here. Let's clean up the mouth form or the mouth opening. because the sort of initial setup for that is just using the bones to move everything up and down. But as you can see, like, it's not clean. It's not good. So let's go in and do a little bit of work on that. So we're going to do sculpt mode, and I'm going to go to mouth open. We're just going to kind of go in and soften some of this up, round some of this out. Where's my pen? There you are. Yeah, Blender is not a huge fan of my tablet pen, unfortunately. Like, it responds to it, but there's a delay. Sort of average the distance of these buggers out. I'll drag this down just so that these edge loops aren't quite so jagged. Maybe pull this down a little bit just so it's a little bit more even. I will say, while I don't know how much I would have been enthusiastic about doing a lot of this while I had my job, just because this is not exactly, it is not what I was doing for work, right? I never really touched animation and rigging like this for work. But in some ways it is close enough that it's like, I feel like the mental overlap might have been there, you know? Okay. Really quickly, I want to do something. System undo steps 32. Let's up that to say 100. I mean, it's too late now, but I was thinking about going back. Actually, so I did save. You see, chat, this is why saving is important. It also lets you backtrack. It doesn't just protect your work, it can let you work more effectively. Okay. So I wanted to double check because I wasn't sure if there was going to be symmetry that would have been easier to work around, but unfortunately there was not. So a bit of lost work, but nothing so dramatic that it's like, oh, nothing we can't do again easily. I have never worked with mocap data. Everything I have heard is, you know, you'll get the information from the motion capture session, but you still have to clean it up, right? Like, you never get the take from the session and it just plops onto the model and everything is good to go. So, you know, I imagine especially big productions, you know, Naughty Dog games and such, like, they use a ton of mocap for everything. which makes sense, right? You've got so much to animate and so high a fidelity, like trying to do everything completely by hand is it's nuts. But as with all things game development, the presence of the tool does make some things easier, but none of it lets you just do a thing. Right? Some people would really like there to be the just make game button, but it doesn't exist. Someone was joking about Unreal 6. It's like, are they finally doing it? Are they finally adding the make multiplayer button? Just come in here and round this curve out a little bit. Good. Alright, this is looking better. Just keep sort of smoothing some of these out. And I know there is the smooth tool. The trick with the smooth tool that you always need to be careful with is the smooth tool works through averaging positions. So it can, you see, it can really collapse your volumes if you're not careful with it, right? Like it can be really nice for like sort of averaging out, smoothing out the topology in some places, but you got to be careful that it doesn't just like completely deflate your object or get rid of the things that you actually want to hold on to, right? All right, that looks good. I like that. Now the one that we really have to clean up because it's gonna be ugly as sin is the jaw is not closing the way that it naturally should. So she's got like a really terrible overbite or underbite, I guess. It's actually a little bit too far, so let's bring it back to like here. Let's go about there. Okay, so our maximum upward bound should be like 0.15. So that closes the jaw, and then we're going to need to close the lips around it. So a couple of things here. Let's go into edit mode. We're going to go face selection. We're going to do, we want to grab. Just grab the fucking teeth! God damn it! Sorry. Where are they? Where are my teeth? Oh my god. Oh my god. You're being a real piece of shit about this. God damn it. Okay. Edit mode. Bottom. Turn that off. Sounds like a bad dentist. Yeah, if your dentist ever says, "Where are the teeth?" you need a new dentist. Okay. In actuality, though, okay, so that's why are the teeth hiding when I go into edit mode? I mean, oh my god, they're under the jaw. Why are they down there? Okay, yeah, do that. Thank you. So then we're just gonna move them back a little bit. You're being a real shit about this, you know that? Alright, kid, how they looking now? There we go. That's what we want to see. Okay, that looks good. That actually looks good. The one problem that we are running into is you can see the gums and the roof of the mouth are moving, and they should not be doing that. I think that largely comes down to the weight painting. not binding those to the head bone, so they are moving as a consequence of the jawbone when they shouldn't have been. So let's see if we can't resolve that. We're going to go into edit mode. We're going to set shape keys like that. And then I'm going to go into 1. And we're going to grab all of this. Now see if this were Live 2D, I would be able to copy and then paste the position at the other end. I don't think it's going to be able to do that. But we can try. Copy face settings not found. Okay, if I right click and set poke, triangulate, shade, split, separate, dissolve. Weights. Duplicate. Map. Duplicate, extrude, merge, split, separate, bisect. Again, none of these are things that you want to hear from the dentist. Huh. Global mesh. Normal shading. X bisect. Let me see if there's a way. Blender. Copy shape key position to another value. Select your destination shape key. It should be a copy of the basis. Then go into edit mode. Select the vertices you want to move. Press Ctrl V and blend from shape. Oh, come on, you were letting... Oh, there it goes. Okay. Press F6 or look at the bottom. Okay. See, part of the problem is that a lot of the hotkey things are based on Blender's layout, which I guess we can just switch to for a minute. Okay, so what does he say? Control V, blend from shape. Okay. Okay, so now that doesn't move anymore. What we want to see. Now our top mouth, or our top gums and teeth are not moving. So we're going to go back into the head. We'll come up here, and best we can, we're going to select, let's do it this way. We're going to select these two, and then Control Plus. No, what is the option? Select Shift Control Wheel up. Next. Oh, Shift Wheel up is next active. Sure, why not? Okay, so then this guy. And if I do Shift, all right, that looks about right. I'm just going to grab these guys, and then I want to paste. Yeah, it looks close to right. Blend from shape. There we go. And now that holds in place. We're not gonna see a lot of it, so if there's a little bit of stretching in there, it's not a huge issue, but I think that'll do fine. So now we're gonna do one more time. I wanna try to get this part of the throat that's collapsing in a really weird way. So let's grab basically everything here. Don't do that. Don't do that. And blend from shape. Yeah, so see, the problem is we need it to do like a soft move, right? And it doesn't want to do that. So we might just need to edit this by hand. So I'm going to change my key bindings back to something I'm a little more familiar with, and then we can go into sculpting and pick our grab brush up again. And where's symmetry? There you are. Let me pour some tea real quick. Give myself a piece of candy. I think we'll do the orange candy tonight. Kind of stuck to the wrapper. There we go. Ooh, basically a lollipop. That's good. So yeah, we can just kind of come in, resolve this a little bit so it doesn't collapse nearly as badly. Clean up some of these edge loops a little bit. When you're working in 3D, you always need to check stuff in the round. I remember years ago, I was telling a underclassman, who was sort of much newer to 3D at the time. So Blender is weird. If that was not obvious, Blender is weird. But you guys know the gizmo, right? The red, green, and blue arrows. I'm sure you see them while we're working on stuff. When you switch to rotation, it turns into the red, green, and blue rings that form the sphere. What I was advising them is when you're getting started, to always use those rather than just grab something and drag it around. And the reason for that is because in sort of a similar way here, if I just grab something and start dragging it, at best, it's going to sort of treat the screen as a two-dimensional plane and pull things along that plane. At worst, it's going to sort of approximate what you want it to do on the depth axis. And stuff could wind up in places that you didn't realize it was going, and you didn't want it to go there. And granted, this was a long time ago, because I'm old. And I think many 3D programs have gotten better at their depth evaluation, and it's less of a problem than it used to be. However, I do think the principle generally holds up, because that basically is like it lets you sort of control the space and move things exactly where you want them to go. And then once you've got a better feel for things moving in space like that, then you can start being more freeform with it. More loose-handed. Because eventually, once you get into, high poly sculpting and everything, you kind of just need to be able to have that level of flexibility. All right, that looks better. The Epic. Happy Thursday. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's see. So, I like where this is at. Open mouth is looking much cleaner. I think what we're going to do now, we're just going to pull the lips up a little bit. Oh, no worries, Jung. I appreciate you popping in. Appreciate you thinking of us. I hope you have a very good rest. I hope you have a good evening, good sleep, and a very good start to your weekend. Masking options. There we go. Yeah, we can mask off the lower mouth. Don't want to keep dragging these up and down. It's always very nice when people pop in to say hi before bed. It's like, oh, you were thinking of me. Thinking about the stream is very sweet. You know, sort of the same way that we're dealing with the eyelids and we didn't want them to conflict with each other. We're using the mask so that as we pull the top lip down, we don't mess with the bottom lip. And then we'll invert the mask so that we can pull this lip up exclusively. Now it seems like a little bit of this is still selectable, so we gotta go in. Like the safer renders. When it's not. Yeah, it happens. Let's do that. Oh yeah, you can see even a little bit of the lip is getting smushed or messed up, I think, because the masking is sort of blocking off its movement. There we go. See, if I had time this summer, sitting down and properly learning Blender would definitely be a worthwhile pursuit. And maybe I'll try and make some time for it. But there's so much else to do. You know what would be good? What I should see about doing? So just now, you know, I was looking online and someone had a suggestion or like a solution for the problem that I had, but it was using the standard hotkeys. So I had to go into the preferences and switch to the normal hotkeys to sort of operate there. I should set up a hotkey to toggle between the two. So that if there are certain situations where it's like, oh, I need to use standard, I can just hit a button and it'll flip it. And then I can flip back once I'm done. On hiatus with post upcoming render in the server. Oh, nice. Well, I hope it goes well. You can see this mask is still a little bit soft. We can bring this down a bit more. Just try and close these up, bring them together. Yeah, hiatuses are rough. Hopefully it gets cleared up soon. Alright, come on, kid, you're almost there. Crash the entire laptop. Well, just let it go slow. It takes all night, it takes all night. Okay, wait. Okay, there's gotta be an easier way. It's gotta be a button to hold down for like, okay, yes. Control is invert the masking. See, in ZBrush, it's Alt. If there's one thing I wish tech could do, like tech in general, It's standardized their fucking keys. Because every program is like, okay, so here's this functionality that you want. But what key command is it going to be? What combination is it going to be? And I realize that I am speaking with, as someone that likes the default ZBrush keybinds where everyone else goes, are you insane? So a little bit of the pot calling the kettle black, but all the same. All the same. I honestly feel like a huge portion of what is so difficult for me with ZBrush or with Blender is the key bindings. Like if I had easier to remember key bindings, I think a lot of the other stuff would still be a pain, but it would be easier to at least sort of have that base level operation and then go hunt the other stuff down. Oh, because of the rate. I gotcha. And honestly, my plan for these characters, like I want to have some amount of facial control just so that we can, you know, have that. But for the actual talking cards, you know, I want to sort of render out the models you know, with an approximate expression, and then I'm going to paint over them. So, all right, where's the clear? There you are. For a second, I was like, what the fuck is that? It's just a bone. Fuck. Fuck me. We're being converted to Blender. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Hang on. I can fix this. I can fix this. Can I fix this? Like, it looks good up to a point. right? And then it gets insane. So, question becomes, how do I okay, so we're going to do that. And then you're going to go back. And then you're going to go back. So now we're back to default. All right. Have a good night, Epic. We'll see you later. I won't say good night. God, what are we doing here? Okay. See, I wish there was a way that I could revert this key. Yeah, I love that your symmetry isn't actually symmetrical. That's great. Okay, so you... Oh, okay, I see what I did wrong. You copied... You copied the part that I didn't want you to copy. Okay. Shit. Okay, so let's go into edit. I think that's going to be my best chance of actually getting this to do something. Why is symmetry not working right now? Why is symmetry not working right now? That's a nice feature. That didn't work. Pull this up. If you're gonna be a fucking wiener about it, I'll do it myself. That is not what I asked you to do. I suppose there was some logic that it was going by, but I can't for the life of me figure it out. Okay. Okay, so can we okay, so we cannot make a new one from the selection like this. We're going to make a new combined and then turn that off, and then you can go like that. That looks pretty good. That's sort of the mouth opening. So now the problem essentially is we need to undo the movement to the lips on this because we got it to close on the negative value. But then it goes too far. Like the lips continue to open on the positive value way past what we want. I'm not sure how we go about fixing that. I think I know how to fix it. Okay, so there's that. It looks so fucking stupid. Okay, so go in here. Wait, why aren't you moving now? What did I break? I feel like I did something really stupid. Okay. Can I convince you to go into pose mode? God fucking damn. Alright. Okay, so we've at least gotten rid of the nightmare form, which is good. That's a good start. Now, we need to correct part that we actually did want. And see, now I need the bones back in front, and I don't remember where the fuck they are. There you go. Okay, and now you are not moving because... Probably because the shape weight has priority or some bullshit. Alright, fuck it. I'm not dealing with this again. We'll figure it out by hand if we have to. We will do it manually. So I really wish there was a soft selection that I could like actually make use of. Like there is a soft selection. Let's see. How do I change the pivot position? Oh, I think I know actually. Orientation on cursor? No. Default, global, 3D cursor. Perfect. But only move the selection. What are you doing? Hello? Oh, because the soft selection is on. And it's just moving everything because the soft selection is like insanely huge. How am I supposed to see? Proportional editing. You can change the size by cycling F and mouse. You can just go to the mouse wheel. Change the fall off with Shift O. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to figure out. I don't see how to see it. Bunch of vertices with proportional editing. Okay, let's try switching back to default bindings. God damn it, this fucking program. Whammy mom. Yeah, do smooth, but then how? I would like to see how big the movement is going to be, right? Okay, I see something in there, but proportional edit, how to proportionally move only on selection. Okay. We can also be used in object mode. When working with dense geometry, it can become difficult to make subtle adjustments to the vertices without causing visible lumps. Page up or page down, respectively. Shift O. No, that's not it. I'm very confused. It doesn't seem like there's a way that I can smoothly control how much Jesus Christ. Are you serious? Are you serious, Blender? This is how you want to do it? I set the rotation and then I can control the fall off? God. Why are you like this? Anyway, the jawbone is actually hinged up here, so this is where I should be having the rotation based out of. Okay, well, this sucks. Honestly, sucks. You can see why I wanted to use the rig to do this originally. Trying to position all this by hand is difficult and not a lot of fun. We got there, but god damn. Why are you like this? What are you even doing there? Did you make geometry? No. My god, where did that come from? Or did that get extruded at some point? Got some weird geometry in here that I don't know about. My model's exploding. My model's exploding. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh yeah, see, somewhere right in here. Geometry got added. Right there. Well, when the fuck did that happen? Like, I don't think my edge loops were that bad, and they weren't. Okay. That's fine. We'll just do it again. Hmm. See. So we'll go ahead and add that one. Why is symmetry not working again? Fuck you. A little bit through the throat here. Things nice and rounded out. All right. Okay, so now it shows me. You're such a shit about this. Yeah, mouth needs to go down to about there-ish, I reckon. Maybe not quite that far. It seems about right. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't like how this is looking. I'd really like to have the rig do its fucking job. I'm wondering if it's because the driver... No, because the driver is working on this. It's not working on this one. It is the driver. So you should work. Okay, now you're working again. Fine, whatever. As long as you're doing your job. I don't care. Now you're not working. I'm gonna kill something. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna hurt something. I'm gonna beat something up. Oh, right, because it's not rotational, it's positional. We have fun here. Alright, that seems about right. Okay, so let's go back to object mode. We'll grab this. Okay, so you are on 1 now. Okay. And then if we go back to here, we hit rest position. Okay, now that your 0 value, and then if we move this out to 1, go out here, we hit your pose position. But you're not resetting. This is very frustrating. I broke it. It was working. And then I fucked it up. Okay, and now if we go back here, we set rest. Okay, so then you need to be update from objects, no source mesh selected. You're full of shit. Okay, is it this? Key edit mode. Okay, so now we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go to pose position, and then. But why aren't you updating? Okay. Hang on. I'm trying to remember how we got this to work the first time around. Because we did. We got it to bake to the shape key. Update existing shape keys with the vertex position of selected objects with matching names. No source mesh object selected. You are. Okay, fine. Edit. It's not possible. Well, what do you want me to do then? Because I try and update it and you said no source mesh object is selected. Okay, let me see if I can find something. Shape key from bone. If you have used bones to deform the mesh, you want to say use the pose library. How do I change the positions? Bones for shape key. Okay. And now we get to pose libraries. Now we get back to this. Which might. Maybe this will just be what we need. No, because the weighting is bad. But we already had it. Okay. Run it back. So now we need to figure out where we are. Apparently, I already broke it by the save state. Okay, so we have this, which is unfortunate because that means it's already broken. Fuck me. I wonder if I can make this work, though. So if we can take this, essentially. Just to make sure. I just want to make sure none of my other keys have somehow gotten fucked up in the process of doing all of this. Okay, good. Yeah, so the rest of the face looks fine. It's just that the lips got messed up. Okay, let me see about something here. Let me see about the pose library. A pose asset is an action that has been marked as an asset and that contains exactly one frame of animation data. Usually these are created via the Create Pose Asset button. But any action that is keyed on exactly one frame can be seen as pose asset. Each pose in the library is stored in its own action data block. So it can get its own name, own preview image, etc. Creating a pose library. Pose library is a bunch of actions that exist in blend files. Okay, right. We were reading through this. To create a pose in the library from the action editor, pose the character, select the relevant bones, and click the Create Pose Asset button. Okay. Can I dock this window, please? I would like to dock this window. How do I do that? Drag from the corner. Drag the area back into the other window. Except, oh, there it goes. All right, so I want to be asset browser. And then okay, to create a pose library from the action editor, pose the character, select the relevant pose, and then create pose asset button is in the timeline. Bring this up and set you to timeline. Action editor. Build sheet graph editor. Edge compositor. I don't see that option. Text editor, outliner, properties, spreadsheets, preferences, drivers. Okay, so if we go into pose menu, or if we go into pose mode, and then we go to pose, create pose asset. So if I grab this, I can drag this down. But see, we get the same problem occurring, that the weighting is not good. We can't use this as a pose the way that we would want to. Okay, so if I were to set this, do this for now. And then we were to go to mouth open. And we were to go into edit mode. Blend from shape. Propagate to shape. Blend from shape. See, I don't get why I don't get why it's not updating is the thing. It seems like and now it's broken again. Okay, so go back into object mode, go to here, grab open. See, oh my god, okay. Right. Well, at least we still have the default position. So that's good. I feel like this is so much harder than it has to be. Value rig. What is value rig? I don't know what that is. I don't think it's what we want. See, I'm trying to figure out what we do to reset this effectively. I'm really annoyed because we added in a pretty good spot, and it feels like there's no way we can get that back. Hmm. All right. Well, since this isn't useful to us, I'm going to delete it. Actually, I'm going to change this to jaw open since we're going to have the lips be controlled through a separate blend. Let's bring that down like yay far. Go back to object mode. Now let's, oh my god, you have no driver anymore because I deleted the driver. But now you don't. Oh my God. I swear you're trying to make this as difficult as you can. Okay. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out what's going to be an effective way to go about it, but I feel like the way that the system is set up is not conducive to making this easy. So is this illustrating poses custom white paint range, white paint the jaw. Because see, now we're getting back into the situation of, okay, well, I need to get the jaw to where I want it to be. And then we're going to need to redrive the other guys to work with that correct positioning. And it's like, I wish I had saved off a copy of this. It feels like we've lost so much work trying to correct this, and it would be fine if I could just fix these fucking lips. Why are you not working anymore? Oh, right. Because that. I mean, honestly, I don't know. Like, if I go into edit mode and set you, say, there. And then we set you like that, and then we do paste. All right, so what are my options here? Smooth, crease, blend from shapes, propagate two shapes. And try. But see, I try hitting blend from shape and it doesn't do anything. Okay, there. The thing that I don't understand, the thing that I don't get why it did it, is why changing the value on the other end? Like, why is it changing the value on the other end of the blend shapes? I didn't modify that at all. I don't get why it's affecting it on both sides of 0. It has no business doing that. Okay, there. See, you're like that now. I can ostensibly work with this. Stupid fucking thing. I'll tell you what, though. If we go back to the negative 0.1 position, it's gonna break again. I betcha. I bet you it's gonna break again because this thing has the memory of a goddamn goldfish. I might need to hit up one of my friends who has more Blender experience and just see if they have suggestions on how to work this pipeline, because this seems incredibly obtuse. Alright. Now we've gotten it somewhat back to a decent looking state of being, right? It looks okay now. And if we go back to 0, then it looks okay. Oh, look at that. It even closes halfway decently. Well, the jaw still closes. The nose is doing something really freaky. I don't know what's up with that. So let's clean that up. Yeah, that'll do. Alright. So now that we have that back in a decent place, save. First off, you're not doing anything, right? Good. Okay. So now I'm going to make another key called lip close. And this one will do this whole shebang-a-lang again, where we close the mouth entirely, right? It's like pulling fucking teeth here. What was the invert option? Control I. All right. So now we've got that. All right, and clear the mask. I'm just gonna put a little bit of corrected shape into the lips. So now that is on a separate key from this. So at least now the two aren't messing each other up, right? That was what we essentially ran into before, is in trying to get one or the other, we were just causing a disaster. So save that. Let's go ahead and put this like so, and then we can sort of pull this up into a nice little smile. Little smile, a little dimply smile. You can even sort of bunch the cheeks up a little bit, right? That's not bad. That's okay. We can always come back and improve upon it later. Now, if this were live 2D, what I would and do is we can have the smile and the frown be on the same parameter, right? Because they're antithetical to each other, they're never going to operate in the same space as each other. It makes sense to have the frown essentially be the negative value to the smile. But let's just see if we assign this a negative value, or, you know, allow it to go negative. It looks like that. And I think the same thing will happen if we, you know, sort of try and make some adjustments. God, she looks like a terrier or something. You know, try and correct the shape of that and then go back into the positive. It fucks that up. So we're not going to do that. Well, that's a little bit creepy. Yeah, let's pull this up a little bit more. Actually, no. We'll do this. We'll sort of leave that where it needs to be. And yeah, we're still going to get that creepy-ass smile, which we don't like. But I'm going to take a page from my Live 2D work, and we're going to create one called Mouth Shrug, where we just sort of, like, as the name implies, just going to sort of take all of this. We want to try and sort of leave the nose alone a little bit. And we're just going to sort of shrug the mouth up. Like, oh. Right, so it just kind of goes like that. Then, like, if you combine it with the smile, you get sort of a bit more natural of a grin going, right? Then we can do a little bit of the bottom lid as well, just to try and get a bit more of that, like, natural movement in there. Okay, let's average everything back out and turn the smile up. I just want to bring it up into the eyes a little bit more. The lips opened up. Why did they do that? Oh, because the mouth was at 0 instead of negative. There we go. That's a bit better. Aw, she actually looks happy. All right, we're actually getting somewhere. And then close that. I'm gonna reorder this a little bit just so that we can kind of keep the mouth and the eyes in similar categories. It'd be nice if we could group it, but again, this is sort of a different thing. This is more sort of like taking my live 2D approach to things. Yeah, the funny thing, as Arkham was pointing out in the tutorial video, frowning is very hard to do in isolation. Like, try to just frown without moving anything else on your face and see how far your mouth actually goes. Like, a lot of the expression of frowning comes more from, like, moving other parts of your face, like moving you're sort of puckering the mouth up, sort of scrunching the nose, even, sort of curling the brow in. But like that sort of downward U shape is really not a big part of a negative expression. So I'm going to exaggerate a little bit, but as that video was saying, it's fine to go overboard because when it actually comes time to apply it to something, we don't need to use it 100%, right? Ah! Also, we have that little benefit. It gives us a bit more of like a scream face. But it's kind of cool. I wasn't expecting to have happen. Oh, that looks good. Right, you get sort of a grimace. Wow, that actually looks really good. What's kind of neat though is combining the frown and the smile. Like, even though they're supposed to be antithetical, it kind of gives this like strained, yep, kind of look. Like she's smiling, not feeling it. There's definitely a lot of tension in that, and I like the way that it reads, as opposed to if I turn the frown off, it comes across as a little bit more genuine. Yep. No. Go ahead and average everything out and save. Okay, well, tonight has been a bit of a headache, but we knew that was going to happen. And thankfully, our heads were hard enough that we were able to bash through it. I think we are actually getting somewhere really cool. Okay, so what I want to do next, we're gonna do some brow stuff. We're gonna do a little bit of brow stuff, and I don't know how well this is gonna work. Again, we have these rigs, right? And I don't know that these are gonna help us a ton anyway. I think we're just gonna end up sculpting it. I think we're just gonna end up doing a lot of it by hand. But new object, new shape key library, so saves us from getting a list that is too insanely long, right? Let's go into sculpt mode. We're gonna turn symmetry on. I don't think Jordan's gonna be able to do the Vulcan raised eyebrow. She's not gonna be able to do the Spock. Why are you? What's going on here? Why are you not able to move it? If I go into edit, am I able to move it? Yes. Some vertices stop moving. Hmm. It's not able to move. Cursor. Okay, well, I guess we can try using edit mode on these and see if it plays nice. Oh, wait. No. Why does selection not have mirroring available? Is it because of the lasso? Does it work if I change to a box? No. Are you stupid? How stupid is you? $15 mirror. Why? Why did it fail? I like that it just tells you that it failed, but not why it failed. That's very helpful. Grave not enabled. Manipulate center points. Does seem like there's something weird here. Hang on, let me look at this. It seems fine. No, like, hidden geometry in here. But yeah, the selection, trying to do this with edit mode is going to be a huge pain in the butt. But sculpt mode doesn't work because for some reason, this line of vertices is like automatically blocked. I don't get why. Magnetic snapping. No, that's not it. No, it's not masking facets. No. Hmm. Oh, there was a mask on it. Why was there a mask on it? Oh my god. I'm gonna break something. I don't know what it's gonna be. It might be me. But something gotta get broke. Maybe it'll just be Blender. Maybe I'll break Blender. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Right, so on this one, I'm going to sort of furrow the brow. We can sort of raise the tail end, right? We can sort of pull that down like that. And then this one is going to be more sort of trying to get the sad look. Right, so this part will more or less be sort of keeping pretty low, and then this is going to try and curl like that. Keep it so that edge loop is touching the forehead. Well, looks pretty good. I miss in ZBrush, when you're using the grab tool, you can hold Alt and then it'll grab by depth. So that's a great way to like pull an object out from the surface if it's starting to clip into it. Blender don't got that. Or at least in my current configuration, it don't got that. And I miss it. There we go. So I think what we will do, excuse me, I think what we will do next week, looking ahead a little bit, we'll probably play around with this a little bit more, clean some stuff up, maybe do a few expression bits that I haven't quite gotten to. I'm not sure how we want to do the eyes. The eyes, you have bones in them, but might be easier just to set them up as blend shapes. Well, that doesn't quite work, does it? That doesn't have to be 100%. We can kind of combine the two. Combine the different shapes to get what we want. And actually, sort of to that end, let's just full on rotate this. No, see, you don't. You don't know what to do because you're stupid. You don't know what to do because you're stupid. Fine. Anyway, so yeah, we'll do a little bit more with this, sort of trying to clean everything up, get everything where we want it. And then we need to figure out what we're going to actually do with all of these shape keys, right? We have made them. We need to export the model in a way that Unreal is going to see that data and know what to do with it. Because otherwise, you know, there's nothing wrong with doing this just for the sake of learning, but we are trying to actually make stuff that we can put in the game. It would be a shame if we went through all this effort and it turns out we can't actually use it. I know we can, but we're going to need to sort of walk through that process as well. So now we can kind of combine the other blend shapes to get it to look a particular way. Then we can even come back to this face. Not bad. I'm gonna be honest, this face is animating way better than I thought it was going to. I thought we were gonna have a lot of trouble like getting it. Like the edge loops, the edge topology is not bad, but I don't know. I have not done this before, and I figured there were gonna be a lot more stumbling blocks in terms of just getting it to look halfway decent. And I think it's doing surprisingly okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about the eyes. I think the big question is whether or not there is a way that we can set up a rig in Unreal to control the eyes really easily, because we go back to this one. See, we actually have a very complex thing. So we've got one that can move the eyes independently, and they'll sort of, track around this little face mask dealio. We've got ones that if we need to, for whatever reason, we can move them, we can track independently. I suppose, we could sort of like simulate cross-eyedness, for binocular vision. If they're looking at something really close, you can move the eyes independently for something like that. I don't know what this one's for. Okay, well, don't do that. Don't do that. I guess it's for moving the socket around a little bit as the eyes track. Yes. Don't really know what that one's for. Don't know what that's for either. So yeah, we've got, that's for like the cheek bounce. So the rig has a lot in it. The main thing is just that none of this translates over to Unreal, so we don't have a way to make use of these controls outside of Blender. That's okay. So yeah, either we recreate essentially this controller in Unreal, or we just make it with blend shapes here. Figure out which one we want to do. I keep losing tracking. Might be too dark in here. I think it's too dark in here. Let me turn the lights up a little bit. But fellas, I think we've reached a pretty good stopping point for the night. So I know it's a little bit early, but I think this is a good place to go ahead and call it. And then we can pick this up next week. See what we get to. Like I said, probably do a little bit more cleanup, though honestly, I am quite happy with how a lot of these are looking right now. Like, again, the smile looks very weird in isolation. But I think, with the right combination of other factors, it actually starts to look pretty decent. And that's, you know, on a gray model with no textures. Have the textures loaded in? I don't think it does. Would need to look into that. So, you know, I'm feeling pretty okay about that. I'm feeling pretty good. But then we just need to see about how to actually get everything out. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and wrap things up here. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for sticking through it while we were really struggling with the head, the mouth opening, getting all completely fucked up. That was not a lot of fun, but I appreciate everyone being patient and supportive. And we got there eventually. So there's that. So yeah, Saturday. It's going to be part 2 of Hades. You know, we started that last Thursday. I'm excited to play more of that game. I'm really digging it so far. And we just unlocked the axe. So we'll try that out on the next run. That'll be good. I think that'll be a good time. And then, because we finished the Pride art on Tuesday, that means Saturday will be time for a new drawing. Hope y'all are looking forward to that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. We're going to go find somebody to raid out to. Alrighty.